Good afternoon everybody and welcome to the stream. I'm Robert from the El Magnifico Games channel, and today we're going to continue with a playthrough of the Talos Principle 2. We've been slowly making our way through the Into the Abyss DLC campaign. I still feel like there's probably a better name for what this is than campaign, but I'm not sure what that would be. But it's content that there's one DLC that you can buy on Steam at the moment for this game, and it provides 3 different little sets of puzzles that you can do, and we're on the third and final one of those. And I must say, it described itself as having harder puzzles, and they are much harder. We're only 4 puzzles in, and I have been much more challenged than I think I have been in pretty much all the rest of the game. I mean, there would have been individual puzzles that for some reason the solution just didn't click with me for a while. Like the one that Pengy helped me with a stream or 2 ago. But in general, it's been it's been tough, and I am imagining this is going to be another stream of that. I do note that after we complete 8 puzzles, we're supposed to gain access to this next area, the Golden Door area, but there's 24 puzzles in total, 16 of which I think we currently have access to. So I don't know if there's any benefit to completing everything. You'd have thought so. Maybe the way the developers designed this area is that you have to do 8 of the possible 16 here, then you gain access to the final 8 or something? I don't know. Still. Hello, Art Dad. I'm breathing. My body's wrecked after the last 3 days at work. I'm so sorry. I have been meaning to say to you that I'm going to do what I can to help. I don't know exactly what the situation is, but because I can't help via computer, it's probably going to have to wait a few days before I can look at setting things up on mobile. Anyway, I'm very glad you're still breathing, and I'm sorry you're having such a rotten time. Art Dad did redeem the read me some facts channel point redeem. There isn't another name for that, is there? Or is it a channel reward? Anyway, so I've got the encyclopedia here. But I think the last thing that we read from the encyclopedia was "You are made of stars," and we were talking about the composition of the human body in terms of the percentage of various elements and where they would have come from in terms of what type of stars would have had to have fused those atoms together. Which means the next article in this encyclopedia is The Awesome Power of Black Holes, which I'll read in a second. I will say black holes are one of those things where I'm not 100% sure whether we know they exist yet. I think it's generally considered good science that black holes exist, but I was also under the impression that there's mathematics to do with how they work, which they still haven't figured out, or rather physics, I suppose, which gets represented by maths. And unlike stars, where we can just point a telescope in the right direction and see, oh, there's a star, I think black holes, it's still the case that we can't observe them directly. We can only see, like, oh, this cluster of stars seems to be orbiting around something, and we know that... But based on the orbit, we know roughly what and the distances involved. We know roughly where the point is they're orbiting around and how massive it would be. That looks to be a black hole. But at the same time, I could be wrong. I was under the impression that although most scientists do believe in black holes, that they were still not well understood, and it could well be that whatever it is we have observed has rather different properties to what we think they would have. Anyway, with that caveat, which may or may not be correct, let's start reading through the article. So yeah, black holes are areas of space that contain huge amounts of matter packed very tightly together. Yes, I've forgotten exactly what it is that's supposed to happen, but I think essentially... So, there is... The law of gravitational attraction works based on an inverse square function. So basically, if you're twice as far away, you don't experience half the gravity, you experience quarter of the gravity. Or I suppose to say it the other way, if you're twice as close, you don't get twice the gravitational attraction, you get 4 times. It's inverse squared. So, as you get closer, the amount of attraction builds up more quickly than linearly. It follows a square law. Now, one good question, therefore, is why isn't everything, like around us just in a point? What is it that if gravity causes things to be attracted together, what causes them to be separate? And the answer to that is that there are certain fundamental forces, which I'm afraid I've forgotten the name of, which basically mean that certain subatomic particles can't or won't occupy the same space at the same time. Like, they will want to be separate. But when you're working at those sort of levels, the idea that like two objects can't occupy the same space at the same time sort of breaks down a bit, in that you have to actually justify it. It may be very obvious to us or it may seem very intuitive to us in an everyday sense, that if you say had two stones in your hand, that those two stones are going to collide. They can never like combine, or they can never pass through each other. But when you're actually trying to study fundamental physics, you run into the problem of why is that? Well, it's down to certain forces. Basically, there is another force which wants to force certain subatomic particles apart, and it becomes very, very strong when they're very, very close. So essentially what happens is, if enough matter can be put into one place at one time, the sheer amount of gravity which would be produced would appear to overcome the forces that are keeping subatomic particles apart, as in it would be a stronger force, and so suddenly they would then all get crushed together into a point, basically. But the thing is, I understand this is where all sorts of equations break down. I've discussed this briefly before, about the fact that the term singularity, which is often used to describe a black hole, actually... Oh, hey Pikachu. Lovely to see you. I'm not sure if you're still here, but thank you for the well-wishing. I hope you're well. Singularity was actually originally a mathematical term, and it refers to a equation that breaks down because what you're trying to do is undefined. The most common example of that is the division by zero. If you divide a number by zero, there is no answer. 1 divided by 0 is undefined. 2 divided by 0 is undefined. Some people might say, oh, it's infinity, but well, then you run into problem. But they would say it's infinity based on the idea that division is telling you how many times something goes into something else, and that you could get infinite zeros into 1. Well, it doesn't really work, because you say 1 divided by 0 equals infinity, 2 divided by 0 equals infinity, therefore, and because infinity equals infinity, therefore 1 equals 2. Doesn't work. The point is, it's undefined, and you run into those sorts of problems with the equations they have to describe black holes. It may actually be a division by zero, but you basically run into things that are impossible that have no solution in mathematics, which probably means our models for understanding the universe are wrong. We need different, more complex equations to describe them. Anyway, black holes have this problem because you end up with a huge amount of matter ending up at the same point in space, and so like distances become zero and equations break down. That's why black holes are called singularities sometimes. And so when they say huge amounts of matter are packed very tightly together, yes, that's exactly correct. It goes on to mention about the fact that a black hole creates an enormously powerful gravitational pull, and that nothing passing close to a black hole can escape its inward pull, not even light. That's true. Light is bent by gravity. Not a lot, but a little bit. This can actually have interesting effects in astronomy, because it is possible for one star to be behind another star from our perspective. Like, we're looking out into space, and there's like a star behind another star, and you can end up with like a double image of that star. So it ends up looking like it's... in fact, it's probably more than a double image thinking about it. It probably ends up forming a halo or something silly like that. Because what will happen is the light some light will have come from the star in the background, and it will have gotten close to the star in the foreground, and then it will have been bent round the star on both sides. I said possibly a halo because actually I don't see why it would come round on just two sides. I don't see why it wouldn't have come round on the left, the right, the top, the bottom, the diagonals and so on. But the point is you can get weird optical effects in astronomy because light's being bent by gravity. And black holes, yes, another way in which they seem to exhibit strange properties is that the gravitational pull they exert is so strong that light gets bent round such that it can't get out. It just gets trapped by the black hole, and that's why they're a black hole, because they will always appear black. If you were to shine a bright light towards a black hole, none of it would come back to you. It would all be sucked in, as it were. What would happen if a spacecraft entered a black hole? First, they would notice light from the stars being bent and twisted, creating a fantastic light show. Then they'll be surrounded by complete darkness. Then they reckon that the rocket would probably, as it falls faster and faster, be stretched and ripped apart in a process they call spaghettification, apparently. The remains of the rocket might leak out over millions of years as radiation. Is that not a contradiction? Radiation is just another frequency of electromagnetic radiation, as is light. If light can't escape, then why could any other type of radiation escape? Oh, then again, we do use radiation to refer to things like is it alpha rays and gamma rays, which are actually different types of subatomic particle. One of them, I think, is like protons. Is that right? I think it's only gamma rays which are actually electromagnetic radiation. Let me check quickly. Alpha particles are positively charged particles made up of 2 protons and 2 neutrons. So that's helium without the electrons then. And beta is either electrons or positrons. Interesting. But positrons are antimatter, aren't they? Aren't positrons the antimatter equivalent of electrons? Okay, so they may not mean electromagnetic waves. Fair enough. Oh, and now they've said that the remains of the rocket may be leaked out as radiation, or it may reappear out of a wormhole. I'm pretty sure wormholes are now widely regarded as just science fiction. I mean, when we understood things less well, there were semi-credible arguments that maybe wormholes could exist, but I'm pretty sure the current scientific thinking is that can't happen. Types of black hole. Tiny black holes. It says mini, stellar and supermassive. Mini. Tiny black holes might have formed just after the Big Bang. Even if they were as small as a single atom, they would still have the same mass as a mountain. Oh, that's another interesting thing about black holes. The size, the more matter inside them, the stronger the gravitational pull, which actually makes them smaller because they're being crushed down even more. The more massive, as in having mass, a black hole is, the smaller it is notionally. But its escape horizon, which is like the area around which if anything reaches it can't get out again, that gets bigger. So you then get into an argument about, well, what actually is the black hole? Is it just the core, or is it the entire region that is affecting? Because the entire region it's affecting does get larger. What was it? Even if they were as small as a single atom, they would still have the same mass as a mountain. That's a tiny amount of mass. Stellar. Stellar black holes are made when massive stars die and collapse inwards. They're the most common type. Supermassive. Billions of times larger than stellar black holes. Bigger than our solar system. Most galaxies have one at their centre. That's true, there's a supermassive black hole at the centre of the Milky Way, around which the spirals orbit. I would say, they say types of black hole, but there must be black holes of in-between sizes, surely. Surely it's a continuum, because there's a big difference between a stellar and a supermassive. So what would you call a black hole that was right in the middle of those two? The supermassive black hole at the centre of the Milky Way is called Sagittarius A star. It has a mass equivalent to the mass of 4 million suns. And here there's a little bit talking about how we find black holes. With difficulty. Because they don't give off light, scientists have to look at the effect their gravitational pull has on other space objects. By studying the movement of stars and galaxies in this way, astronomers can calculate a black hole's location and size. This is exactly what I was describing earlier. A black hole will also sometimes move close to a star. This heats the black hole up, causing it to give off a strong glow, as in the illustration above. That's why. That's interesting. Are you sure that's not just the sun... the star being absorbed by the black hole, and you're actually seeing its matter glowing as it gets sucked in? Because once anything's past the escape horizon, even light, it's not getting back out. I don't see what would make a black hole itself glow. Lucky for us, black holes are a very, very long way from Earth. Which means the Earth isn't likely to get sucked into one. So there we go. Goodness me, that was a long little aside, wasn't it? But yes. I think that... I don't think I have anything more to add to that. I suppose other than reiterating the point I said earlier about how, despite what some people may say, my understanding is they're still not all that well understood. And so it may well be that although there are objects that seem to be attracting matter around them, such that matter orbits it, and they do appear to have a huge mass, it doesn't necessarily mean they have all the properties that we currently suggest black holes do. Let's get into it. Tritogeneia, which, as I seem to recall, means Triton born. Oh dearie me, what am I dealing with here? You want me to set up... I think this wants me to set up an alternator with 3 colours. I wonder if these will move at the same rate or different rates. I think it's the same rate, but I can have them out of phase. Oh, that's unhelpful. Red's on this far side. Sorry, the red producer is there. The red receiver's over here. And the same with the blue there. It's like they It looks like they're going to have to cross each other. It would sure help if I could remember the solution to just doing an alternator with only 2. I don't suppose that's still set up in one of the earlier puzzles, is it? Somehow I doubt it. No, and I don't remember how we did it. But I remember this was an odd one. We had to take advantage of the fact that this wall was out of line with this wall. They don't line up, as you can see, and that was crucial to making it work. Oh well. What is it that means this works for a little while but then stops? Right, that cuts it off, but it doesn't do so instantly. Okay. I'm really not getting this at all. I do have... Wait, how many connectors do I have? Don't tell me I only have 2. And no new connectors in there. Alright. Only 2 connectors is interesting. That means I have to... do something like this. Okay. That simplifies things a bit. Now I just have to worry about how I make the green work. Currently there's no time when they're both down, is there? Perhaps we need to change that. Red. The problem is, even though there's a time now when they're both down, when either one is up, I don't want it to cut the beam. I know how I do that. I connect them all up, and I put this in a very similar location. There we go. That should work, because this is always going to be receiving. The only time that this one is not going to be receiving multiple signals, that is all three or two, is when both the blue and the red are cut off at the same time. And when both the blue and the red are cut off at the same time, that's when it's safe to send the green signal. I actually have to retract my initial misgivings about this particular puzzle. It was actually a really, really good one, and not overly hard.
Grief, the prophet lost faith in the word. Caught between a dying past and a future struggling to be born, she retreated into the lands of dream. But even here, her nightmares pursued her. From her mind came forth phantoms, shadows cast by the flame. And her dreams of trials and towers fled from the darkness into the waking world.
And that's what we found on the island. Not a test, but pain and fear and hope spilling out of her dreams.
Be a very interesting revelation if we didn't already know that. Blimey. I don't think we've been here before. Now you can see this is going to open up after we complete 8 puzzles. Is this deep enough that I will drown? Can Byron drown? Probably. Yes. Quite quickly, actually. By the looks of things. Or not drown, short circuit. That's to prevent us from sneaking around the outside, clearly.
Even if you hadn't killed me, it would all have gone wrong anyway. Do you think they would have accepted me in New Jerusalem? Me, with all my precious, self-important speeches about the beauty of the cosmos and our duty to spread life. My ridiculous, wide-eyed innocence, my childish affectations. They would have laughed at me.
No, they're not like that. They mean well. Even the worst of them are just scared.
They're selfish and greedy and stupid. You know that, Mother. Compared to you, they're all so very stupid. You hate them. You despise them. They're beneath you.
That's not true. That's not how I think. Please, Miranda, I don't know. I don't know where I am.
That's a strange figment of her nightmare. Why would her daughter be self-aware enough to think that she wouldn't be well treated by those of New Jerusalem? while at the same time not being self-aware enough to adjust, if that makes sense, to mask. To use a term from the autistic community. I don't know, something about that just doesn't click in my mind. Has anyone ever made a wise choice, or do we see the workings of chance and call it wisdom? The Sphinx. Voyager. Interesting. So we're going to need a driller to get through there, for whatever reason, to get to the blue, presumably. Oh, that's how we finish this. Okay. Blue comes from there. Driller's in there. Not clear what that pressure plate does. Possibly bring that force field down, but then how do we get in initially? Box over there. Maybe the box gets put in there so that we can take the driller out. We can fly in there. That's probably part of the solution. Okay. Oh, we can drill through here as well. This will start the fan, won't it? Yes. But we can't use the fan and weigh it down at the same time, which presents an interesting problem. I can't move this through that force field or through this force field because it's in use keeping those force fields down. But I can use this fan part. Right, that's going to let me into... grab a box, I suppose. I mean, I can obviously bring that force field down as well, but there doesn't seem to be any reason to do so. Because all that would do is give me access to the blue producer, but that's useless without some way to carry the... Sorry, that's useless without... If I don't have anything I can connect the blue producer to, then there's no benefit to bringing that force field down, is what I was trying to say. I got lost in thought there, trying to think what's needed next. I can make a hole through this copper wall. I could do so with the... with the same object that gives me access to the blue. So this would be solvable now if only I had access to a connector in here, but in here, but I don't. The only connector's over here. It's not obvious how I get the connector out either. I know I can make holes through here, but even getting the connector from here to here is not clear, and if I could do that, why wouldn't I just bring it in here directly? Oh no, is that useful? That is useful. Right, so I can make a hole through there. I can see how I could get the connector all the way through now. What I haven't yet figured out is how I would bring the driller with it, because I need the driller as well. I haven't thought this all the way through yet. Okay, I can take that. It still isn't quite gonna cut it. Now the problem is, sure, I can put the cube down there, but then how do I get out of here? I'd need to get out of here with the driller and the connector, is the issue. I'm contemplating the fact that I can make a hole here. I'm trying to think if that leads to a solution, but I don't see it. Is the problem. Oh, I think I see the solution. Okay, sorry, I was being... I've already actually... The part of the puzzle I was missing, I've actually already done once before. It's how I got the box out of there, so I feel a bit silly for not realising. Right, you need to be there, don't you? So I can grab you on the other side. Over we go. I would say this would be a very easy puzzle to get oneself stuck on. No, that's incorrect. That goes there. This was the stage I was missing. There we go. And now that should be everything we need. And we're done. Another good one. And not too difficult.
Byron? Byron, can you hear me?
Melville, yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Byron? Byron? I don't think I'm getting through. If you can hear this, Byron, hold on. We're working on getting you out of there.
What was I thinking? Yeah, I mean, that was a fun little puzzle. It's funny that I've done, was that my second puzzle of the day, and I seem to remember the ones the last time were much worse. Stylight. Okay. I don't know what stylight is. Stylites. A stylight pillar or pillar saint is a type of Christian ascetic who lives on pillars. Oh, like the early church fathers. Like, oh, what was his name? Come on, brain. I've forgotten his name. But where were we? Lives on pillars, preaching, fasting and praying. Stylites believed that the mortification of their bodies would help ensure the salvation of their souls. Stylites were common in the early days of the Byzantine Empire. The first known stylite was Simeon Stylites the Elder, who climbed a pillar in Syria in 423 CE. Well, that's AD, isn't it? 423 AD, and remained there until his death 36 years later. Goodness. Sorry, I'm just going through this this article to try and find the one I was thinking of. I don't see it there. Huh. I wish my memory wasn't so bad. I won't look this up much longer if I can't find it. No, I can't find it. Oh well. Maybe it'll. Maybe I'll remember later on who I was thinking of. Right. So I was trying to. There's an extra body. I was wondering how I progress here, since there doesn't appear to be anything I can do from this area. Although I can. I can take control through there. Right. Okay. This is the key. Right. Okay. So I have access to here. Presumably this is going to start the fan up. It has. Presumably I want to go through here. Huh. There's another little bit of a puzzle here. Okay. So ultimately getting the fan part here and a signal here is what we're trying to do. Was it Jerome I was thinking of? It might have been. I'll look that up after I've done this puzzle. The individual I was thinking about, I don't think lived as a stylite their whole life, like the individuals at St. Simeon we just read about. But I think they did it for a number of years or something like that, or at least like at a certain point in their life which became famous. Hang on, how would I get the fan part up there if to get up there I need the the fan part to do it. How could the fan part simultaneously chuck me up here, but at the same time I have it to place down there? That's a conundrum. Do I need... Yeah, I do need the signal there, don't I? Probably. I definitely can't jump up here from here, can I? No, definitely not. I could have them pass me things up. That's probably the key. Okay. Let's assume that's it. I'd need to get them on this side. I'd need to get them on this side with the fan still working. Temporarily, let me grab this and put it here. Now you can move around freely. Can I use that in any way? I could have you stand on here, giving me access to another connector. Thank you. That connector could then go here. Whoa, okay. I can't simultaneously have the connector on here and connect up there, can I? Does that matter? Yes, it does matter, because how do I get the fan part up here? I'm going to need to jump up. Well, I'm going to need to use the fan to get up here, and then you have to do the remaining work, but you can't get through that force field if there's nothing weighing it down. What is the remaining work? Is it just moving the... No, I need to... It's not just moving the connector, because... I need this connection to stay up. Wait, hang on. That force field's not going to go down because we weighed it down, right? So I could connect that up there. And then, is there an angle from here where you can see everything? I think there is. Just about. Looks like it. Well, this is a problem. I may need to do this in 2 stages or something. You then have access to hit this in here. Yes, my brain is starting to seize up and not want to work. I think this makes sense. I think I can do it from here. I think you then go there. You grab that. Come up here. Oh, that's why they're a stylight, because, of course, because they lived on pillars, they had to have people ferry stuff up for them. And that's what we're doing here, essentially. I don't have the angle. I don't have the angle. But I do have the angle on that one. I don't think that one has the angle to be connected up to the red producer from here. No, it can't. This feels close. I think it couldn't be clearer that they don't want me to have the red... They don't want me to have the connector up here. But then how do I do it? Okay, you can have this back. For now. This is still trapped on this side. I don't think I can get everything out of here. That's quite the large gap, isn't it? It'd be hard to get under that. This was real life. Is that just because we're in the way? Yes. Have I solved it? I think I have. Well, hey! Oh. Well, hey, we did it! Again, another good one. The first 4 I did here were all 4, if I recall correctly.
Only one more trial remains.
One more trial remains, he says. Like I'm not going to do them all. Right, let me look this up quickly. Was it Saint Jerome I was thinking of? No reference to him being a stylight living on a pillar. He was an ascetic, though. I think it was Jerome I was thinking of, and I think I just misremembered that it was a stylite. And it was probably when I was studying that same period that I came across the stylites. Hence the, hence how the ideas got confused in my mind.
Deep down, you know that none of this is real, Athena. These dark thoughts are just shadows and echoes. Let them pass. The people who love you are still out here, and they won't abandon you. If you can't free yourself, then all you need to do is hold on, and they'll find you. They'll save you. That's what human history is, Athena. Just people saving each other again and again until the end of time.
Unfortunately, that's not 100% true, but a very nice thought. I noticed that individual was green, not red, so perhaps she has bad thoughts that are red and good thoughts that are green. Metaphora. Wouldn't that be the plural for metaphor? I'm concerned because on the face of it, this looks trivial. Which it won't be. So that tells me I'm misunderstanding something. Oh, I see, it keeps going. Okay. Interesting. So essentially I need to do this in... I need to free up 2 here, that's the question. Now that I have a inverter, how do I free up two components so that I can use them as weights? That's an interesting problem. How would I do it? Because what's going through my brain right now is using up one component to make green seems like that can't be part of the solution. Because if I do that, I then need to connect up red and blue using just one component, which clearly isn't doable. But then, if I'm not allowed to make green at all, how can I ever have an RGB converter create a colour that's useful to me? Because I need it to produce red and I need it to produce blue, and both of those require green as input. I can do that, obviously. But that's not tremendously helpful. Yeah, that produces nothing. Just verifying that. It's kind of obvious how I could remove one of these by swapping it with the inverter. But then I don't end up with 2 components free, I end up with 1 component free. I've swapped 1 for 1, which doesn't help. The only other thing I can think is it's somehow useful that I could in theory knock one of these out and not use it at all. I don't think it is. The thing is, I can't have 2 different colours coming out of the same component. There's no component that does that. So it stands to reason that if I only have 2 components connected up here, one of them has to be producing the blue and one of them has to be producing the red. There is no other way. Hang on. But could I have one of them over here and still have it... Could I use it as a weight and still have it be a useful component? See, now that's an interesting question. I think the answer is probably yes. Oh, no, actually no. Sorry. The answer to that question I think is no. But it just got me thinking about a very similar variation on that idea which would work. And that's that I think I can move 2 of the components that are keeping this force field down into here. And then once I pick them up, that will break the circuit, so the force field will come back up. But it won't matter because I'll already have the 2 components in here. So for example, one very, very obvious variation of this would be if I could bring this over here. So let's try that. For a start, let's do that. Now, you need blue, and you need red. How am I gonna do this? I can get blue and red from here to make green. I can send green there. Am I correct in saying that when I pull this, the force field will not go down? It shouldn't. No, it hasn't. Good. Very good. Now the issue though... No, it's not an issue, I've solved it. All done. Excellent. Ready to go. Solve 8 puzzles in the abyss.
It is done. You need not overcome further trials.
But I wish to.
Seek instead the place of awakening.
No.
So that when your friends find you, you will be ready to leave. Then you can save Athena, as I cannot.
But there are more puzzles, which means there's more to learn.
Time is not as it seems in this place.
Oh, so you can take
You
as long as
can
you want.
linger here if you must, but I do not know what you will find if you remain.
My friends need me, but I need answers. What do I do?
That is not for me to judge.
That's a hologram. That's interesting. A hologram inside a puzzle. That's like a little mini lore dump, if you aren't familiar. Interesting that they'd put one inside a puzzle by the looks of things. Because it makes me wonder if I have to, like, if I wouldn't naturally get to it and I have to, like, go out of my way to unlock it. That is, I wonder if I wouldn't get to it when solving the puzzle in the normal way. Still. Yeah, that previous one was... It was an interesting one, but honestly, again, based on the first 4 I did in this area, I was expecting much worse. Not that I'm complaining, I'm certainly not. Excuse me. Okay. That's an inverter, isn't it? Yeah. I may be making a terrible mistake here, but we'll only find out if I try it. So what I'm now thinking is I take this away, in which case I'll forever not be able to get that connector back, which is suboptimal, but I think that's what needs to be done to progress. Since I can't seem to bring that force field down entirely from this side, I conclude I have to bring this one down. And I can only do that with the inverter. Interesting. Question is, do I need the inverter over here or do I need the connector? The inverter's generally more useful. But it would certainly be possible for there to be a puzzle where it does strictly have to be the connector, not the inverter, depending upon how it's set up. Well, if I bring the inverter through here, I can solve this. I say solve this, get to the next bit. Interesting. Ah! That's the way out, and there's that hologram. Oh, I would get to it into the normal course. The normal course of solving it. I would just get to it once I've solved this puzzle. What does this do? This also does that force field, okay. Ah, there's another way out because we can't go the way we came, presumably. Although, all force fields drop when you solve a puzzle, so we could go out the other way. Maybe it's just there for our convenience? these would cross. So again, the inverter would be more useful. Alright. I can't do this with just an RGB converter. With 2 RGB converters in here I could do it, but not with just one. I can't drag anything through from earlier without causing force fields to come up, which would then get me stuck. So I can't even think of a way. I can't even think of a way to inch this closer and get it through. The component I have access to just doesn't solve the problems I have. Ah, if I go back this far, it might be possible for me to swap this out. Yeah, I think I can. I think I can swap for the connector. So I take back what I said earlier. I think it is possible to do a little more here. Right, I need to produce red, so I'm going to be taking blue and green, and now it becomes an issue of bootstrapping. I don't think this is going to work. Yeah, it's not. The issue now becomes, how do I get the red producer to connect to the red receiver without crossing any of these connections? It would be self-sustaining were I able to get it started. But the problem is, it's going to always create a line from there to there. Alright, just a second. Oh dear. Not doing a great job here, am I? This is forever beyond my reach, isn't it? Yeah. What am I trying to do? Initially, I just need to get the blue from there to there to get me the other RGB converter. Alright. Suppose I have an RGB converter. What good is that to me? Honestly, not a lot on its own. Because I could make green, but I don't need green. I'd need 2 other RGB converters in here to complete it. Let me see, I'd make green. That would let me make red. That would work. If I could get 3 RGB converters in here, I could do it. With 2 in here now, I could get the blue. Okay, that would be the challenge then. So, instead of freeing a connector, I should be trying to figure out if I can... if there's some other way I can get a... an RGB converter through here. Green needs to end up there. I don't think there are any other RGB converters besides this one though. Hang on. Did we ever use this? I'm not sure we did. That might be the key. Hey Tato, lovely to see you. How are you? Can I take this and walk it through here now? Yes. Right, that's what I was missing then. Okay, I think this is solvable now. I could be wrong, and if I am wrong, we'll deal with that. As and when it happens, but I think that gets me in here, which gets me this. That then, I can then pick this up, connect that there. Now I connect up the red. And we're done. Yes! Hang on, let's grab the... Oh, I still can't get in here. Do the force fields stay up on this one?
You must continue on this path, Byron. What is it that you seek?
I've learned a lot here, but there's still so much I don't understand. And this may be my only chance to make sense of it all. When I go back, I have to convince people that we need the theory of everything, and I don't know if I can. And if I can't, what then? How do I live with myself?
Goodness, this is a tiring week. And it's only Wednesday. I'm sorry to hear that, Tato. I hope you're alright. So I need to get 2 items in here. I think the solution to the last puzzle would be the solution here, except I would need to somehow get this out. Alright, let's look at that problem then. I need to be careful because I can get stuck here if I'm not careful. Alright, we'll just start with that. I can't grab anything else here, can I? No. That's fine. But I can grab this now, can't I, without consequence? No, there is consequence. Ah, because you need to be doing that. Right. Okay. Okay. If I move that there, can I make green from this side? I can, but I can't get it there from this side. Or can I? I think maybe I can actually. I can do that, but then it's going to cross the blue beam. That shouldn't matter though, because we've still got green going there. But the problem is this is still stuck on this side. Hang on. I could pass stuff back this way. In theory. So I can make green here, like so. I can't get, like, red over here or anything. Hold on, let me make this stable again. So I definitely don't get trapped. Good. So, to be clear, I think to solve this puzzle overall, I think the next step is to try and get all the components over here to this side. Which is an interesting problem. Because so far I cannot see a way to get the inverter through. Since the inverter's the only way we're getting blue. There's no angle that lets me see that and that at the same time. I'll be able to play some Night Rain now. I'm gonna check if the new boss is out. Okie doke, Tato. It was lovely for you to drop by. I know you said it's a very tiring week, but I hope you're doing alright. You take care. That's how we do it. Now I can just pull this through. Again, I was slowed down there quite a lot by the fact that my initial idea was not the correct solution. So I spent some time pursuing a solution that was an approach that was never going to get us anywhere. Good. Right. Now do I remember what the trick was I did last time? I think I took that and I did this, was it? And then I made green. Over here somehow. Like, oops. Like so, I think. And then I could take that, bring that over here, and the puzzle is solved. See, this is where it helps to do this all in one sitting, because the problem is, the solution to this one was made much more obvious by the fact that it's a repeat of part of the solution to the previous one. They're building up on each other. And supposing I had finished 8 last time, and then I finished there, and this was the first puzzle I did this time, it would have been a lot harder. Is that Alexandra Drennan?
Changing the world was never gonna be easy, Athena. I never got to go home. Trevor never got to tell me how he felt. We accepted these sacrifices because we had to. Do you think I wanted to say goodbye to my parents in a phone call? Do you think Trevor wanted to die alone on the floor of a dark server room? Faith in humanity isn't just blind optimism. It's an oath to serve something greater, and you will be held to that oath. When you make mistakes, when you're in pain, when people disappoint you, you don't get to give up. I'm sorry, but you don't get to be cynical. You hold on to your principles. You keep fighting, even if it hurts, so that one day, there's a world where people are free.
I just realised I didn't... The VTuber tracking is obviously done on my iPhone, and I just realised I haven't had the fan on this whole time, and it's just overheated. We had quite a few streams where I didn't have one overheating incident. Just forgot to turn the fan on this time, and then it's overheated. So, that was careless of me. Sorry about that. Hopefully we won't be without tracking for long, though. since I've just turned the fan on. It feels like there's good airflow. I'm pushing my luck slightly. I wonder if I could already get away with... Nah, it's still upset with me about the temperature. I guess it's going to take a while for the surface... for the cooling of the surface to translate to the core of the iPhone being cool enough. Right, this was Metathesis, wasn't it? Good. Here we go again. It's the same pattern all over again. We keep seeing this same configuration of 3 RGB converters. Now I have another RGB converter. So I have an RGB converter this time, not an inverter, and I need to pull off the same trick. That's not going to be easy. Unfortunately. I know that the red one and the blue one can't possibly be on this side. As part of the solution, because they wouldn't have visibility on their respective receivers, so it must be the green one that goes over this side. But the thing is, I can't make the green from those two because I'm supposed to be sending the green to those two, so I must be getting the green from there and there. Out of curiosity, does it look any different if I pull this over here? It seems cool enough now. That's slightly concerning. It's reloading VTube Studio. Oh, but it is tracking. Good. I think that's working. No, I don't think this actually improves the situation at all. Unfortunately. Oh, I'm gonna have to think about this carefully then. Please ignore the dings. I didn't realise that people were messaging me while I was using the iPhone for tracking that it would still make a noise. I know that sounds silly, but it does go into some sort of what it calls a streaming mode when VTube Studio's on, which is supposed to be a low power mode, and I kind of assumed it would have turned other system sounds off, but apparently not. So we may have to just live with a few dings. Lovely to see you, Pikachu. Welcome back. Trying to solve a yet another puzzle here. In fact, I could explain this puzzle quite quickly and simply. If you're interested. So, there is a component in this game called an RGB converter. You send it 2 colours of red, green and blue, pick 2, and it will produce a third one. Now the first part of this puzzle is quite simple. I have 4 of them incidentally. The first part's quite simple. I just need to get blue and red there. So the way we do that is I combine blue and red to make green, and then I can use another RGB converter to combine the green and the blue to make the red, which goes there. And I can do the red and the green on the other side to make the blue. Force field goes down. Very nice. I have one free. There are 2 pressure plates I need to pull down, which means that I'm going to have to somehow get 2 of the RGB converters on this side. Now, it is not possible to get the blue and the red to these receivers in fewer than 3 RGB converters. So what that means in practice is I'm going to have to bring one of the RGB converters, which is on this side, to this side, while it is still keeping the force field down. Now, it's actually quite easy to see that if the force field were down, I could just bring this RGB converter over here, and it could get the red and the blue as it is, and it could send the green, and everything would still connect up. The issue is, if I pull this out right now, the force field goes back up. So it's one of those situations where there's like a stable solution, but the issue is, how do I bootstrap it? How do I get it to the point where I have green being produced over here and sent to those 2, without the force field going down at any point? And that's what I'm stuck on, because I can't just like pull the red and the blue from here, because as you can see, it will cause the beams to cross, which is no good. So that's the puzzle. I hope that made sense. To be clear, it may be that I have to put this through many intermediate states. Oh, and to state the obvious, I can't pull the red and the blue from there to make green, because ultimately I need to be sending green to these 2. So I can't use them for... I can't simultaneously input and output to the same one. It's nice that there's a ladder. Yes. So if in theory I somehow got myself stuck over here, I could climb back. Like so. What was I saying? It could be that I need to go through multiple intermediate states. Like, maybe I'd need to take those 2 and send that green somewhere or something. Hypothetically. But I don't see how that would lead to a solution. Is that a hint, maybe? I doubt it. The ladders are usually there to save you if you mess up. Alright, let's try and think about this logically. I'm going to do something, just not because it's going to lead to a solution. I'm just curious how the system would behave. Interesting. Because this one's now being sent 3 different colours. But I think, even though you can't see it, technically, I think that I think they're both outputting green beams and they're interfering in the middle, even though you can't see it. That's the only way I could interpret that. I'm on a big delay, just so you know. Okie doke. Ooh, I just had an idea, which... No, that's not going to work, actually. Never mind. Or is it not going to work? No, hang on. Yeah, it's not going to work because now I would have to cross beams. Although, would I? Definitely? Yeah, I would definitely have to cross beams. Because now I only have access to red and green, which lets me make blue, which is no good. What I was wondering is if there's some sort of stable state involving 4 RGB converters that I can then exploit in some way. Can you just put that one down and connect it? Then get the middle one up and move it. Oh, you just tried it. Incidentally, I don't think these are anything because these were like earlier parts of the puzzle that I've already solved. I've been into both those areas and taken the things that were inside out. They were just... That's where some of the RGB converters were stored. I know I can do that. But that doesn't seem to achieve anything. I don't have... It's not like I could move this out here because I wouldn't have visibility on the receiver. All I've effectively done is just moved where the RGB converter accepting green and red and producing blue physically is. Whereas it's the middle one I need to move. Oh no, that's not true, because now you're receiving red from there instead of over there. Is that useful? I can accept green and I can accept blue to make red, but now I can't place this anywhere where it wouldn't cross beams, I don't think. So I can only do this on one side at a time. Because it's also got to connect there, and there's nowhere physically I could place this where one beam wouldn't be crossed. Interesting that I can remove that though. I'm just not sure if it helps. These games are too hard for me. Poor Pikachu. Oh, I can actually basically do that. I can like reverse the swap that I did before. I mean, I don't know why I would want to, but it's allowed. The problem is it doesn't help me move the middle one. Hey Mealy, lovely to see you. Oh my goodness. That's a lot of Pikus. Oh, and thank you for giving Mealy a shout out. How are you, Mealy? I'm afraid I'm stuck on a rather challenging puzzle. I can explain the puzzle to you, if you like. Would you like that? Are you trying to catch Pikachu with a Pokeball? An Ultra Ball even? Goodness me. Yeah, this is going to be a very slow chill stream because I'm just doing puzzles. And this one's got me a bit stuck. I am indeed. Was it the name that threw you? I'm not sure. I haven't formed a definite opinion on how much of that information I want to have be known. So at the moment, I'll just say from England. I don't know. It's one of those things where I feel like I'm actually not that worried. I don't think. I think the I'm not convinced it's as big a deal as people make it out to be, but at the same time, I should probably come up with what my policy is going to be when it comes to that type of thing, and then stick to it, and that's just not something I've got around to doing. Yeah, from the name I thought you were from Spain. Yes, the name comes from Tom and Jerry, the cartoon series. Oh, you have a cousin from Hull. I see. Goodness. Can't say I've ever been, but... the puzzle that... I'm from Belgium, though. I see. Let me explain the puzzle I'm stuck on quickly. We visited each other a couple of times. I see, that's nice. Sorry, do go on. I'll just explain the puzzle again for anyone that's recently arrived. So I have these things called RGB converters. You give them two colours out of red, green and blue and it will produce a third. So if I give it red and I give it blue, it'll create green. Now the first part of the puzzle is fairly simple. I just need to connect up blue here and red there. Which I can do by taking the green and the red there to create blue. And I can take the blue and the green here to create red. And we're through. Wonderful. But then I get over here. I have one RGB converter left over. I get over here and it wants me to provide a weight on two pressure plates, which I can't do unless I manage to get two RGB converters on this side. And the question is, how do I do that? I know this RGB converter and this RGB converter can't be brought over to this side because they wouldn't have line of sight on the receivers they need to be able to see. So it must be this one that gets brought through here. And you can actually see, if for example I pick this up and move this over here, you can actually see that in theory, were I able to bring it to this side with the force field down, it's sending signals to these two receivers that bring the force field down. Were I able to bring it over here, it would actually be able to keep the force field down until I pick it up. As in, if that RGB converter was standing right here, right now, it would all connect up. But the problem is, how do I get it to this side without the force field coming up at any point? And as you can see, I can't just like try and connect it up again like so, because then the beams cross and it turns off. The force field goes down because it's no longer getting the signal. So that's the puzzle. How do I shift this RGB converter, or an equivalent one, over the line, over the force field, without, at any point, the force field going down? Right, the ladder lets me get back over this side if the force field were up, but I can't take objects with me. Drop the tool first, as you can see. This is basically just to prevent me from I thought it was just to allow me to get back if I make a mistake, but that's an interesting point actually. If I did connect this up like so, and I'm not going to do it so I don't get myself stuck, but hypothetically, if I went to the other side now, would there be any way I could get this up even temporarily? I don't think there is. I think if I use the ladder now, even if I picked this up, I don't think I could connect it up without having beams interfering. It's a bit hot here now, but oh sorry. How's Belgium? Is the weather nice in summer? Do you get a lot of humidity? It's a bit hot here now, but it's good. Yeah, it's pretty hot in Britain right now. Yeah, we have a bit of humidity sometimes. The heat it's awful. Use the ladder. I thought about the ladder too, but it's just a safety feature. Try it. Or not. I'm pretty sure I could recover if I did go over here. So the question is, if I take this now, how could I get this, like, connected up? I'd need to get green to here and green to here. I could actually body block on one side, but I couldn't body block on both sides. But what if I moved this connector over here so it's blocking with itself and I block here? Why is that not working? You're producing green. It is working. Ah, but then once it connects up again, then it breaks it. So that's not going to work. I see what's happening. When I have it connected up like this, it thinks it's receiving red and blue, and then it produces green, and then it sends green back the other way, when I actually want it to do the reverse of that. So yeah, that doesn't work, unfortunately. But I'm pretty sure I can... Actually, maybe I can't fix this now. I don't think I can fix this. Hang on. Have I just got myself permanently stuck? No, I think I can do the trick I just did, and because I've severed some of the connections, I think I'll be alright. Because there's two ways you can pick up these connectors, one which makes them remember their connections, and one which makes them forget. And I specifically picked them up. I picked up all the connectors in such a way they'd forget the connections. Oh dear. Hang on. Let's shift this over here. Let's shift this over here. Go, go, go. Got it. Whew, that was close. Nearly got myself stuck there, which would have been a problem. Seems complicated, it is. Got any boxes? I do not, no. That would be nice. A box would be nice, since, as you've no doubt figured out, I could raise one of these up and then have them not... and have the beams not intersect because they're at different levels. I know, it's too hard for me, Melee. PQ just bonk. What is that? Sad hamster. PQ just bonk sad hamster. Interesting. Piku just bonked sad hamster. Well, that's what just happened. Come on, brain. How do I do this? I really... It stands to reason I must have to go for an intermediate state where I'm using all four. Okay. Depending upon where I stand in the room, what can I connect up? I could connect up blue and red to make green, but that would be like the second blue and red. That's not very useful because the green I produce here I can't then send back to either of those two. So this seems like I'm onto a loser. I could also connect up blue and green here to make red. So that's the trick I showed earlier where I can like replace that one. But again, what's the point? I don't need to replace that one. I need to replace this one. What if I was standing here? What could I connect? I could connect... If I was standing here, I could only connect to those three, which would do nothing. They would all act as producers. This would be producing blue, this would be producing green, this would be producing red. It would do nothing. I'm pretty sure that's right. Yeah. So it's just sending all the colours to it and it can't do anything. So standing in this triangle or this triangle is pointless. The only other possibility would be standing on the outskirts here. What could I do here? I could connect blue and red here to make green, but again, what's the point? I can't send it anywhere. I can't send it anywhere useful. Hold on. Let me check one thing again here. So we said before I could connect like blue and green here and send it there. And then that will... This one is also producing red and I can pick this one up. The difference is... For this RGB converter, it's getting blue from here, which creates this horizontal line. Well, I say horizontal, it depends on your orientation, doesn't it? Well, I suppose it's horizontal, but in the sense it's parallel to the ground, but that's not the point I was making. It makes this line. This one doesn't have that line because it gets its blue from the other side. It gets it from the other RGB converter. So I can pick this up, and I have just gotten rid of one of the lines that was making the other triangle. This is one triangle, the other triangle's gone now. Does this help? What can I do from here? I have access to blue, I have access to green, I have access to red. So I can make any colour I like. Oh, but I've made another triangle here. Which again has access to all the colours but can't really send them anywhere useful. As you can see. So that triangle doesn't help. What about over here? So I could make red, for example. But we've discussed this before. That's not helpful. Because I know that the red, when I do finally solve this puzzle, I know for a fact the red the RGB converter making red cannot be on this side because it can't see that receiver. So therefore, I know that moving where the red RGB converter is, the one producing red, doesn't help. Alright, supposing I made green. What's the point? I could send it there. That doesn't seem very helpful. Yes, but they used to say it just sounds funny. If I'm moving it over here, I must be in this section when I finally do it. I couldn't not be. If I'm sending green to that one, I have to get red from that one. Hold on it. Okay. Back to the drawing board quickly. Is that I was talking about the way that it bisects the play area, and therefore, you know, what I can do from different positions. Is there a different configuration of three RGB converters which is in some way useful? Can I, like, change the shape of this area in some way? I don't think I can, really. Like, I can shift them about, but fundamentally, it's all going to be the same shape, isn't it? There has to be an RGB converter that's taking the red and the blue to make green. There has to. There's no other way. And then one of the RGB converters has to connect to that and the red, and go to the blue, and the other one has to do the opposite. With the green and the blue. You're stumped, I'm stumped. Where's Foa? Or Pengy? Pengy is the puzzler. If I type Pengy 3 times in chat, will it summon them? I have an inkling it probably won't, but you're welcome to try. Right, that doesn't work. That's an interesting one, which also doesn't work. It's all about not crossing the lines, isn't it? Hypothetically, if I did it this way, I'm pretty sure this all works out to be the exact same thing anyway, but hypothetically, if I moved this all over here like so, does this help at all? I don't think so. It worked when Jake shuffled, did it? Pengy! Pengi! Pengi! If we say it loud enough, perhaps they'll be able to hear us from Sweden. Hang on. No, that doesn't work. Never mind. And now we wait. I can do that. But that doesn't help, does it? It really doesn't. Wait. Supposing I then send the resulting blue. No, because you need blue, don't you? And I can't be both receiving red from you and sending you blue. That doesn't make sense. And obviously sending blue over there doesn't help. Ooh, you're in the room with the thing. Yeah, but I've always been able to get one of these over. The issue is how do I get two? Because this one's essentially superfluous. If I... To the first part of the puzzle, it's superfluous. I can do this in 3, and I have a 4th one that I can bring over here. Ooh, that's an idea. What happens if I shift this over this way? I can't get the blue from over there, though. Oops. Be right back, phone call. Okie doke. I can even see that I could cut that one off. And if I moved this back... Oops. In fact, I'd have to be further back than that. By sending the blue from over there, as we've discussed a few times previously. But I'd still fundamentally not be able to get the blue from over there without crossing that red. can make green like so. I can also make green like so. Does that lead to anything interesting? I don't think so. The fact I end up having green over here is completely not useful. That's just the fact I can make green like that. Interesting that that didn't work. I think that's probably right, but it's still interesting. That's worse. I can make it in here. Fundamentally, part of the problem I feel like I'm running up against is that I can't have two of anything, but in this case RGB converters connect to the red and the blue here, unless I configure in, unless I have them in this sort of position. Oh look, there are rectangular tiles here. I didn't notice. I thought it was all dirt, but you can see the lines where they join. Oh, come now, brain. What could it be? I feel like, I don't know, I just got this sense that I've gone wrong right at the beginning. I feel like... Hang on. I feel like this already is a losing position due to the geometry. I feel like there's no way I can swap the middle one out, which is making the green, from here. But I cannot see what the alternative is. Nothing in there, is there? Metathesis. Interesting. Alright, I've got blue there. Can I use it? Who would benefit from that? No one. You're the only one that's accepting blue, and you're sending red to it to create the blue. Unless I sent it straight here, but we've discussed this category of solution before. Hey Paho, lovely to see you. Doing my best to solve some puzzles. Are you familiar with the Talos Principle or the Talos Principle 2? I'm rather stuck, as it would happen. Oh, very. Yep, this one's got me stumped. I think I understand the concept. I think what I'm trying to do is replace the green one with a green one on this side. And so I'd have two RGB converters on this side, and then I could bring them over to the platforms over here. First one is one of my favourite games. It was good. Can I use this at all? Is this structure useful? If I pulled this one out You'd take its place, wouldn't you? You would. Is that useful? I kind of like the idea I can pull either of those two out and it's still... Hang on. What if I pull you out? What happens then? You just send green to those two, which is useless. So I can't pull the middle one out. I could pull either of the side ones out. That's not very useful, unfortunately. If I could have this on this side and it work, that would be useful. But the problem is it doesn't have line of sight on the receivers. This is the DLC for the second game. This is the Into the Abyss, I think it was called. Campaign, or whatever word they use for the DLC content scenario. I haven't played this. Okay. Would you like me to quickly explain the puzzle itself, or have you already basically figured all that out? I was trying to think why I don't recognise it. This is the first one I've got really stuck on tonight. I get the idea. Looks hard. Yeah. They had a very, very similar one previously, where instead of having an extra RGB converter, they gave you an inverter. And that was a lot easier, because what you do is you just swap out this RGB converter, or that one, because it's symmetrical, with the inverter, which doesn't need the green. It just takes the red and creates the blue. And then you can take this over here, and... Oh yeah, it's because you don't have that line here that you can... you can get the red. I'm trying to think what you do from there, though. You get the red. I may have actually forgotten the exact solution, but it is fairly easily solvable from there. Oh yeah, you get the red, and then you get the blue from that one. Again, there's no green line in the middle. And then you're producing green, and then you send green over there, and then that's stable. Red there, blue there, creates green, sends green here, and then this one's no longer needed. But that's because you have an inverter. How are we doing? Did we solve it? I'm afraid not. I'm still stuck. By we, I mean you. I'm completely useless. As you can see, with these green lines in the middle, there's just no way I'm getting blue from here or red from there. Because fundamentally you end up... Actually, I suppose... Is that truly the case? Yeah, because if I shifted these over, then you'd be hitting either the blue there or possibly the red there? No, the blue there, I think. Yeah, it's this that's the problem. You end up with a line going from there along here, starting green, ending blue. And that just completely cuts you off from the red. Yeah, I feel the finished product will not be symmetrical. I know there's one trick I can pull. I can do this. And then that frees this one up. But the problem is, that doesn't then get this one usefully over here. I still can't get the blue from over there, because we've got the green going to red. There's always going to be a line in between, I think. I mean, it does get rid of the line from there to there, for what that's worth. Hey Paho, hello Pikachu. The reason why these are so important is because they allow me to create green without already having green. This is receiving green and this is receiving green, so I can't create green from either of those two without without already needing one producing green to be in place. Help a gentleman out, Pahu? Any ideas? Afraid not. My ideas are few and far between. I can make more green, but so what? I'm leaning towards the solution must involve like having multiple, having the RG, one or more RG converters change what signal it's sending. You know, like if I had an RGB converter connect up to both the red and the blue receiver, and then having it swap which one it's providing or something like that. I'm really used to about being able to try stuff myself. I need to tinker. Same. I spent 10 minutes on puzzle earlier where the code was clearly written on the wall. That's unfortunate. Was that in Silent Hill? Oh dear, that's not what we intended to do. Yes, it happens to the best of us, it does. The only other thing I can think is there any possibility there's a different way of connecting this up? Supposing I got this far. I could make red like that. I don't think this is helping. I think that's a good instinct. The thing is, I know that the first step has to be combining these two to make green, because there is literally nothing else I can do. And at that point, it's clear that I'm making red and blue like so. But then what could I do from here? Unless, as I speculated earlier, there's something like I can do something useful involving this. It looks like a cat. Does that? I want to tinker! Gonna make me buy the DLC. This is the third and final DLC incident. Well, there's one DLC, but it comes through 3, I don't know what they call them, campaigns, scenarios, what have you. This is the third and final one of those. And the hardest of the lot. Into the Abyss, I think it's called. Hang on. I know that when I get one over here, it's not sending a signal there or there, don't I? Because it couldn't be. I dropped my egg. Oh no! I imagine that made quite a mess. Well, when I googled the name of the map, when I was trying to figure out if this was the main game or DLC, it looks like a lot of people struggle with this one. If that makes you feel better. I suppose in a way it does. Makes me feel like less of a complete dunce. Pretty. I'm starting to evaluate my assumptions again under the belief that one of them must be wrong. I don't think my belief that this is the first step can be wrong. Because genuinely, what else could I do from here? I guess I could do that, but then that doesn't get me anything. That has to be the first step. What can I do? If I'm on this side, I can access all three. If I'm on this side, I can also access all three. But if I'm on this side, I can't send any beam, well, basically anywhere. Does it? Probably. You mean, is this the first step? What else can I do? I only have RGB converters. I need to receive 2 signals to do anything. And I only have 2 sources. Like, genuinely, I cannot see what I could possibly do other than that. Now, I could take the red and blue again and do that, but what's the point? I just don't see how that achieves anything. I just create a little area in here that's useless. Since this is effectively equivalent to that. So it feels like I'm doing that, or the symmetrical thing on the other side, at a minimum. Here I have arguably some choice. I could connect that red and that green to make blue, that red and that green to make blue. I could make another green like so. I don't think we've ever explored this possibility before. It's true to say... this is interesting. I can make... There's quite a few ways I can make blue from here, actually, because I have access to 2 reds and 2 greens. So there's 4 ways I could do it, I think. Those two, the inner 2, or the outer 2. Yeah, no, I think you're right. What other play is there? It has to be something like this. I can get blue sent there. I don't currently have red set up though. I can't get red from there to there directly. It would have to come from that one. Under the current setup. This could be an intermediate step and I don't connect up the red yet. But under the current setup, were I to send red there, it would have to come from there. But that would then cut me off from that green, which would make this green useless. At that point, I've thrown away the benefit of this unusual setup. Because if I, just to be clear, if I were to either connecting that one and that one, or that one and that one to set up the blue, and then sending the red there, that leaves us with shapes we've seen before. Okay, like the exact position of the bits may be different, but in the geometric sense they would all be like it would be the same. The lengths of the sides might be different, but ultimately it would be the same shape. Oh, thank you for giving Paho a shout out. Very nice of you, Pikachu. Alright, that suggests if there is any viability to what I'm trying to do here, I need to use that green. Which means I'm either using that red or that red. If I don't use that red, what's the point in it even being there? I could just remove it. That would suggest something like that. But then, where do I go from here? This seems like a dead end. I followed. Aha! Thanks! I literally just stream my WoW raids to our second raid team who want to watch, but appreciate it. Although I could do that. If I take that away, I think it stays connected. If I take this away, I don't think it does. Because it suddenly loses the initial red. That's the point. I could connect it up like that. Now I think both greens could be taken away. The problem is I still don't have red connected up. Has this gained me anything? Doing it in this weird way. No, I don't think it has. Pretty sure we're now just back to variations we've tried before. I don't know what our Magnifico Games is doing at all when he plays this game, but I still hang out. That's very kind of you. Connect up the green. Connect up the red. Connect up the blue. And then what? What from here? What can I do from here? I know full well what he's doing, and I have suggestions. Oh yes? I'm listening. Oh no. Woo! I missed a word. Oh dear. 0 suggestions. That's okay. One thing we were talking about like an hour ago when I was stuck on this was, could the ladder actually be necessary in some way? Could it be that it's only possible to... See, the sort of thing I was thinking is like, supposing I did that. So you can see what I'm trying to do here is the naive solution that doesn't work, which is where I basically connect up this RGB converter exactly how the other RGB converter is connected, and I put it down. The reason it doesn't work is because the beams then intersect. But hypothetically, were this force field down, and I were to remove that RGB converter over there, then it would be possible to make it self-sustaining, if you see what I mean. Like, it would... I mean, the whole point is, you can plainly see that if that RGB converter was right there and the force field were already down, it would all connect up. So I was wondering, like, do I then go over here now with this ladder. With the force field down. Oh, interesting. Body block type strat. Yeah, something like that. What if I did it asymmetrically like that? It's still going to break it. Does that help at all? Or if I took those two? The problem is I still need green then. As in, like, that hasn't made that one redundant at all. Hang on, if this strategy were viable at all, I'd be able to test it while I'm on this side. So what's the trouble here? The trouble is... this? No. One of the things I have been wondering is if there is an asymmetric way I can do this, where I can, like, swap this connection over first and then the other one or something. If I got blue from here, I could get red from there. Well, I can't, due to the angles, but still. Yeah, I could do something like that. Yeah, but that's not going to get it through the force field, because this triangle is necessarily going to have to be on this side of the force field. Yeah, and it doesn't work to, like, get the blue from here, because I have to get the red from there, because if I've got blue... Sorry, I said that wrong. If I've got blue... If I'm trying to make green, and I've got blue already, I need to take red. But I can't take red to produce... from here to produce green. Or can I? Am I talking rubbish? No, that does make sense. I am talking rubbish. So I could do that, I think? I think that's what we tried a moment ago and doesn't work, but yeah. Because then that one doesn't get the green it needs to make this one have green, such that it can... No, this one doesn't get the green, so this one can make red, which would then cause this one to create green. I still feel there is no way it could be symmetrical. How could it be with the colours on opposite sides of the right? How could it be with the colours on opposite sides right? I apologise, I don't follow. I mean, part of the problem is, even if we say it's not symmetrical, I mean, how does it physically connect up? This is the only asymmetrical way I can think to do it. How do you get and make green one from these lasers and get blue on the opposite side if it's symmetrical, with red going in the middle? Yeah, that works. And it's not symmetrical. Yes, this and its mirror image are the only ways I can think to make it asymmetrical and work. That's the one I'm trying to free up. But I think it would have to take for it to be... The problem is, ultimately, when we have a connector over here, I think it must be taking the red and the blue to make green from the two producers. How else could it do it? It can't be taking the red and the blue from either of these two because they require green as an input, so we already need green. I see what you mean. I mean, there's always the possibility it's an intermediate step. But for example, supposing I make green like that, what do I do with it? Or like that. The only useful place I could send this green is over there, but I can't because there's a line in the way. There's a beam. And this green is dependent on this green because it goes from there to there and then there to there. I am fairly certain we need the green beam over here. If I just put this back to the symmetrical version for a second. The issue is that from this side we do not have visibility on either receiver, so I can't be replacing the blue because we can't see where it's going from this side of the force field, and I can't be replacing the red because we can't see where it's going from this side. It has to be the green. That's the only one that could in theory be moved. Oh, the last door? You mean the force field here? I just need to put two weights down. Anything weighted would do, as you know. And I can even prove that that would work. But also, as you know, game's not going to let me like rush through. Ah, didn't know that. All I need to do is get one of these on the other side of the force field. Well, two of these ultimately, but I mean, like, if I can get one of the ones that is here on the other side, and the other one is still, the one that's in my hand right now is still free, then I've done it. Didn't know the end objective. I mean, that's fair enough. Because obviously you hadn't seen. I do know I can do things like this, but that's not very helpful. It still ends up fundamentally being the same shape with the same limitations. All I've done is just change the lengths of a few sides. There's the asymmetric variation as well. But I can't do that again. I can't like try and do this because that makes no sense. Although, for the sake of exploring possibilities, let me bring this over here. It's a good point actually that I just thought of. I can break beams from the other side intentionally, which may be useful. What was I thinking? That was the wrong way round. Yeah, this doesn't lead to anything, does it? Interesting that with 4, I can swap the... I can have the blue here and the red there, though. I wonder if it's possible to do it in fewer. I don't think it would be. In which case, that might be a puzzle that they throw at me later. So worth just trying to remember that one. If the solution involves intentionally breaking the beam with the wall, then I am officially too dumb for this. Now I'm more just curious what I can do. Not a lot, I don't think. Can I do anything? I don't want to just run over there trying things in case I break it. That's correct, isn't it? Because on the reds, if we see red there, that must be blue. So it's red that's not getting there. That's because green isn't getting there. I'm trying to take blue from there, but I'm not trying to take red. You would be red. When would you be red? You would be red if that blue wasn't blocking that green. Hang on. If I remove you, what happens then? You're getting 2 doses of blue, which isn't helping. But that's just because I cross-linked those two. I think fundamentally the problem there is that that green needs to get through to make it red. But then are you sending that green anywhere useful? Arguably over there? No, because that's where you're getting blue from. So you're not sending green there. Unless that blue were getting through. So in which case that's a destination, not a source, which would allow me to break that beam. Doesn't work, does it? They've stumped me so well here. This has to be the first step. We've discussed this. That has to be the second one. There are two possibilities for the third. This is one of them. That's the asymmetric one. That'll sever the green. That'll sever the red. I can sever the blue here, can't I? Yeah, and it still works. Is that symmetrical? Yes. So this configuration has the advantage that I can sever that or that and it will continue working. But not both. I'm still cut off from either of the two sources though. That's the trouble. I am unfortunately just going through a bunch of variations we've already tried over and over again, but I am just so stuck. I know I can make green like this, but so what? Oh, sorry. Like that I meant. That doesn't help. That hasn't broken it, but I don't think it's gained us anything either. No, I don't think it has. That's an interesting shape we haven't tried before, but the problem is the red is on the inside, so it can't get itself over there where it needs to be. this is just a variation on what we've seen many times before. Interesting. I do have these things on the side. Hang on. What could I use them for? Well, and this is why we have a ladder. What if I start like this? I may have just trapped myself, we'll have to wait and see. What if I start like this? You in theory would have green if you were if that force field were down. So this, if you will, is the correct configuration if the force field were already down. I can make green like that. I can cut signals off like that. Yes! Oh, the trick was to use the things on the side to sever some of the signals. Oh, I've done it. Hold on, I want to look at... I've done it. I want to look at that one last time. How did I do it? So those two... I had this... This was producing green from those two. Right. It was sending green to those two. Right. But what was cutting those two off doing? Let me select it up again. I want to watch it. It's not enough that I've solved it now. I need to understand it as well. Right, you were radiating out from the inside the green that was cutting off the signals that would cut off your green beams from going there. And then I take those two. Yep, I've succeeded, Pikachu. Oh my goodness, that one really stumped me. That was over an hour, wasn't it? Deary me. It's done though. Huzzah!
Is there any way for you to tell me if my friends are all right?
I believe they are unharmed, but I cannot be certain. I see only fragments.
Where am I off to now? There's the map. So I've just completed this set. I need to go to 11 there. Thank you, Pikachu. Done indeed. On to the next one. Let's hope it doesn't take me so long. No, you have another one. I do.
Why did you let me die, Mother? Was it because I was outgrowing your little fantasy of domestic bliss? Your pathetic attempt at recreating a human family? Like that could save you from all your mistakes.
I didn't let you die.
Didn't you? There were a million things you could have done differently. And you didn't do any of them. Maybe it's because you always knew it would end in disaster. Because everything always does. And you just wanted to get it over with.
You cannot escape the world. You can only choose to transform it. Prometheus. That's right, I'm on number 11 of 24. We're almost halfway. Is that 11? Yes. I'm just exploring the outskirts to see if there's anything else hidden. I don't think there is. Deary me. The ring. Interesting. We can't duck ahead even a little, I don't think. No. So we can't walk through there. I can go in here though. There's a connector, but nothing to connect. A fan, but with no fan part. Another connector. Is that where I'm going in the end? There's a teleporter there. Oh, I've got a feeling this is going to be an overly convoluted one. Oh, this is a new mechanic. I see, so I can move tools about. Okay. Ah, hang on. I think I see how this is going to be. It's not going to be just enough to move the tools to the sections I need them in. I bet I have to like connect up a connector and then rotate it to get it into the right position. Well, there's a fan part in there. Okay. Where are the sources? Oh, there's the red source. Okay. How am I supposed to get a signal to that inverter? Ah, through there. Okay, well then that's the first thing I could try. Where's the red? There it is. Connect that up. Start rotating. Hang on. Yeah, I don't have eyes on the destination yet, I don't think. I wonder if this is a puzzle they planned for the base game, but then decided it was too hard. Because it is odd for them to introduce a new mechanic like this. You know, in DLC. Usually the extra puzzles like DLC will use the oh, that doesn't work. Usually they'll use the base mechanics but apply them in new, more complex, interesting ways. I can get in here now. Wonderful. Can I walk out with this now? I can. Doesn't look like I can get the inverter out of here. Or out there, for that matter. Alrighty. Where does this need to go? Over here. And it's always on. Okay. So that as soon as the fan part reaches the required section over there, I'll be able to go to a location I presumably hadn't been able to previously. Right. I have access to an inverter in here. But you want green here to let me out? Okay. RGB converter here. Well, I can put it there to lower that. Where would the signal be coming from? Ah, I see. That makes sense. Hang on. You don't have line of sight on the green from here, though. Right. In which case, I probably need to use both connectors to make this work. Which is fine, I'm just noting it. To be clear, this puzzle's too big for me to, solve in one go. I'm just doing this one step at a time. I'm just doing things that... I'm spotting things that look like I can solve right now, and I'm just doing that next step, and I'm worrying about what comes afterwards later. It is possible to design puzzles in such a way that that ruins everything. But I'm hoping that's not what they've done here. You know, where you really would have to comprehend the whole puzzle in its entirety before you could do anything useful. Again, I hope they haven't done that. That would be very frustrating. Okay. That's wonderful. But then how do I get this out? Because it's being used to keep itself down, if that makes sense. That is, this inverter that I want to remove is being used to keep the force field down that I would need down to take it out. So that hasn't helped yet. What am I working towards? Getting... presumably getting blue, red and green over there. I wonder if the teleporter's only there. See, you can pick up the teleporters and move them, and they might be part of the overall solution. But I wonder if the finish is there. In fact, that might be what I'm seeing there. I wonder if this just means you can teleport to the end once you get everything connected up. What would I need to do to achieve that? Yeah, that is the end. I can see it now. So yeah, the teleport is just there so that I don't have to, you know, somehow lower a gate to get in here. Alright. What am I going to need to have achieved? I've got red here. I'm going to need an RGB converter and an inverter on the outside, aren't I? Realistically. What direction are the signals going to be? Ah, there, there, and there. What's that even going to look like? Tell you what, if I could get both inverters out, that would help. I may have left this in an unsolvable state now, unfortunately. I'd need blue there. I'd need an inverter on the outside, which is what I'm trying to do here. Okay. Or would I? If I were in there... Hang on. Is it remotely possible to remove this? Yes, because if I had an inverter, I could invert the red and send it there, bringing down that force field, then I could walk in and walk it out. So yes, I need the other inverter out first. That's a requirement. So we're back to this point, where it's how do I remove this inverter? There is no blue source that I'm aware of. We only have a red source, so we are going to need to invert. That much is clear. There's no holes in the fence there for me to send a signal in that way. Ah, but I can use the fan part. Nah, oops. I can use the fan part. I can use the fan part now as a weight. Because I have another way in there if I need it. I'd have two ways in there. So that fan part is now free to be moved. Right, that frees me up a connector. What can I do with the extra connector? I feel like I need to use this inverter to get the other inverter out. That would require that to be down though. Let me see what I can do. Oops. Hang on. Connect that to there and to there, I guess. Connect it up. Start it rotating. Actually, it'll be quicker to rotate it the other way. Oh yeah, it required two. There we go. Okay. It required two connectors last time is what I was going to say. I feel like once I get one of these inverters out, getting the other one out is going to be easy. It's figuring out how to get the first one out, which is the problem. That RGB converter's probably not going to be any use. Yeah, it needs... I need for this to be producing green, or sending green to the correct location. It has to be somewhere about there. But I'd need another connector over here is the problem. Which I don't have. Oh, hang on. I can bootstrap this, can't I? Yeah, now that's bootstrapped, I think I can move the other one round. Looks like it. Now I can pick that up. And I can grab the blue. I can send it there. That gets me the green I need. So now I can walk this out. Excellent. That's really significant progress. Okay. So... I don't have an angle on the thing I want to connect up now. Which is fine, we'll deal with that in a second. I can walk this out now, can't I? The only thing I'm giving up is that fan part, which I don't think I care about. So I can walk this out. Good. You're supposed to be connecting that up. Good. Now I just need to get red to you. Which I can do like so. And now I think I can remove the other inverter. I can. Excellent. Oops. Well, this is a big deal. So I now have access to 2 connectors, 2 inverters, and an RGB converter. Which is fantastic. These are all the parts I've liberated. Right. And the last thing to do is I need to figure out what configuration will get this all connected up. Can I see everything from here? I think so. Yeah, so I could... I can connect everything up now. What was I thinking? Notice the distance between the holes in the fence, which are going to be needed to send the signal to the correct place. And then notice the pattern on the conveyor belt that's on the ring. There's like a line and a line, and they're both lined up with the left-hand edge of one of these holes. And then there's a dot in the middle, which is also lined up with one of those edges. So in other words, is if I put 2 of the... As long as I keep them that distance apart, so I put 1 or 2 of them on a line, or on adjacent lines, and I use the adjacent dots for the other ones. I'm not explaining this very well. If I choose line dot line, or if I choose dot line dot, that will work as long as they're adjacent. To place the whichever types of connectors I put down. In this case, I'm using connector to also include inverters. Right, I know the green one is going to need to receive 2 signals, 1 blue, 1 red. That's obvious. We can do that now. Well, we can start that process now. So green, that's where you're connecting up. We'll put you like right on the outside of the ring. Good. Blue's the next one. That's going to be easiest to do with an inverter, I think. So I'm sending red to it. And you need to send a signal to the RGB converter, and we're going to put you on the inside. Finally, we have the other inverter. You're going to take a signal from that inverter and send it to the RGB converter, and you are going to be on the outside lined up with the dot. Right, now I think as long as I get a signal Hang on. You know what I forgot? To connect it up to the red. That would have been a shame. There we go. Right, now I believe if I rotate all this around, it would all be in the correct position, and then the only remaining question is how would I get red to it? Which is a good question. I've got 2 connectors that are free. I've got red coming from here. But I'm probably going to have it turn a corner. So let me see. Let's look at the distance. So that's roughly where one of the connectors is going to be. The one connecting to the blue. It's actually an inverter. If I move around one whole step, then I could probably get a signal there. But to be sure, we can go 1.5 steps. So that's one whole step. That's 1.5 steps. Good. And you need to connect there. And you should have line of sight. Looks like you will. Right, I think that's all set up. I think I just rotate this into position now. And once it's in position, I think I can just use the final remaining connector to send the red to there, which will cause this to produce blue, which will go to the blue receiver. That blue will be inverted here into red, which will go to the red receiver, and then both the blue and the red go to the RGB converter that will send the signal to the green receiver. What happened? They're out of position now. Well, as you can see, something went wrong. Everything else worked, but for some reason the green moved. Maybe it was too close to the edge and got pushed. Let's try it again. Let's hope that was just a fluke. Wait, is that all connected up? No, not quite. That's all connected up. So, you receive red, you produce blue, you send blue to another inverter that creates red, both go to the RGB converter which creates green. That's all working. That is visible, very visible. So you take red and you send it there, and that should be solved. Ah, it's just slightly out of position. Yes! Ooh, did it. I really liked that one. That might possibly be my favourite one tonight. I think it's the one that took me the second longest. But unlike the one I got stuck on, was that Metathesis? Unlike that one, I wasn't stuck just because for ages and ages I couldn't see the solution. It was more that there were multiple parts to the puzzle, lots of little individual sub-puzzles, but if you thought through it carefully, every step was about the right level of challenge, or at least there were no steps that were vastly too challenging. That was fun. That was a fun one just to work through. Where's 12? 12 is there. Okay, so I need to take I need to go back to the starting place and then over there. Hmm. 12. Oh my goodness, what are we in for this time? Tidal lock. What? Right, being tidally locked, that's where you have one astronomical body orbiting another astronomical body, but only one, like it rotates around the outer astronomical body rotates around the inner one at the same rate as it turns on itself, its own axis, such that the same face is always facing the central body. So in this case, I assume this rotates. It would be such that that face is always facing this inner planet, if you will. If that's the Earth and that's the Moon, even though that's bigger, it would mean that this one's rotating on its own axis at the same rate as it rotates around this one, such that the same face is always... you always see the same face. I believe that's right. I haven't made that up, have I? That's definitely how the Moon works. We always see... well, technically I think the Moon does turn ever so slowly, but we're talking over like tens of thousands of years or something, or longer possibly. The Moon is almost tidally locked, if I recall correctly. We always see the same face. I'm about to double check I'm using that terminology correctly. Tidal locking between a pair of co-orbiting astronomical bodies occurs when one of the objects reaches a state where there is no longer any net change in its rotation rate over the course of a complete orbit. In the case where a tidally locked body possesses synchronous rotation, the object takes just as long to rotate around its own axis as it does to revolve around its partner. For example, the same side of the Moon always faces the Earth, although there is some variability between the Moon's orbit. Variability because the Moon's orbit is not perfectly circular. Yeah. So that's a bit of a clue. What am I trying to do here? That's what I'm trying to get to. There's a fan part there. Is there a fan over here? There is. That would send me where? Up there? Oh, there's a fan there. No. Yes. Right, so I'd want to be knocked up in the air and then struck by that fan to send me there, perhaps? That's not moving. There's a receiver there and a receiver there. Unclear what those do. Oh, is that one of those gravity things? It is. One of the grav shifters. Interesting. 2 red receivers there. A blue connector on top. What happens when I power that? That moves. Okay, so is it sending signals on both sides that's stopping it from rotating? And if I were to send it to one side, would it rotate? Yes, but it rotates in the opposite direction. Okay, we're learning. Presumably that also applies up here, although I'm not currently in a position to take advantage of that. Let's observe it hang on. Let's have it rotate clockwise. Actually, what is clockwise? It depends whether you are looking from the bottom up or or from top down. That would be clockwise if we were looking from the top down. That does that fan. Okay. I'm not sure I observed anything particularly useful there is the only problem. I can see that in theory that grav shifter should allow me to get up there somehow. Or pluck something off or something along those lines. Like, I can see the surface that the grav shifter affects is the same as that surface, is the same as that surface. That's what I'm getting at. Hang on. Is there something on the far side of the moon I need to see? No. That's not the key. Were I to power the fan now, would it knock the grav shifter off? Yes. Okay. That's a pretty big deal. That would allow me to get up there if I so chose. Which would allow me to launch myself. Wouldn't let me get over there yet. Oh, I could get under there. I could jump here if I wanted. I don't know why I would want to. But it's illegal. Why would it do that? I could scoop up the connector in theory using that and place it up there. I don't see the point though. No. Okay. Let's try rotating this some more. Ah, I can scoop up the fan part. Right, that's the point. Nope. Nope. Ah, never mind. Turn it back a bit. Right, scoop up the fan part. Why did that not work? Huh. Hang on, I can go down there, can't I? Yeah, I can. Scoop up the fan part. Got it. Right, so we keep turning this. I can't help but notice that the fan is always facing the same direction. This fan, the fan up here. which isn't much help. I wonder if that's what changing the blue helps us do. That is getting access to the blue connector. I wonder if activating those connectors helps us turn that fan or something. Good. Very good. Okay. Ah, that would let me over there. Right. I'd have to do it slightly differently though. I'd have to use the connector to weigh that down. But that would let me, as I say, get over there. Well, job's a good one. I'll grab that. It's an inverter, right. I don't think that really changes anything, but... Oh, very nice that they did the physics for this, though. That the anti-gravity pads do not have to be flat, like we've seen previously. They can be a hemisphere. I mean, it's a bit disorienting, but very nice feature. I wonder if they had to code that themselves, as opposed to it being part of... I mean, I haven't checked. I would assume this was made in Unity or something. One of the standard engines. But no, that's very... very nice little little feature there. I'm not sure quite what you'd call it. It's not quite attention to detail, but they didn't have to bother with that, but they did. Unless it was a standard library feature, but or a standard engine feature, sorry. Right, what does this do? You rotate around you. Okay. That I wasn't expecting. I mean, I could move these two anywhere now. If I can like have one rotate the other and then I can swap to having the other one rotating, I can literally place these two anywhere I like. I could probably get them out of the puzzle if I really wanted. I mean, I'm not going to, but I probably could. Alright, that makes things interesting. What I probably want to do then is get one of them really close to the end there. And then probably this one, because it's higher up. And then use the grav shifter to suck myself up there. I would assume. But it does mean this fan will never get used. Which seems so odd. One wonders if that's wrong, but sorry, I'm just I'm being a bit too much of a perfectionist here. That'll do. I genuinely thought that this was... Once I activated the blue, it was going to let me do something like cause this one to rotate on its axis and have this come with it or something. I did not expect it to just take off like that. Because like I say, it allows me to put these in arbitrary positions. Solved. What a peculiar puzzle.
In the simulation, when I feared the end of my purpose, I tried to keep Athena trapped. And now that she has trapped herself, I cannot free her.
We all failed her. I thought everything we found on the island was some brilliant plan. A test we had to pass. I never even considered that she might need our help.
No one is without sin. But she believed that even the most wretched of us deserved a better world.
Quite the profound statement there. I think a lot of people would disagree, but... Well... Let me know what you think in the comments. Even the most wretched of us deserve a better world. What an interesting idea. And not necessarily wrong, but like I say, controversial, I'm sure. Polarizing. Yeah, this was an interesting one. It felt more like a proof of concept than a... than like a... I don't want to say it wasn't polished. I'm not quite sure how to put this. It felt like more of a proof of concept than a finished product. It was like they had a really good idea for a puzzle, but then, like... It didn't have the same level of difficulty as most of the puzzles we've been doing so far. It was just very different, very out there. And I enjoyed it. I'm not saying I didn't. It's just very different feel to the other puzzles we've been doing in this DLC scenario so far. Also very odd. Oh, we did use this. I said we didn't use it. I was wrong. We did use that to knock the gravity shifter off, so every part was used at one point or another. Yeah, quite the puzzle, that one. Well, that's another one down. Where's the map? Ah, there it is. So... Yes, we've done 12, so we're officially halfway through. If I'm reading that map correctly, I think this is the direction we need to go in next. Which I believe is actually where we started today. Then I think we need to take this one. This should take us to 13, 14, 15, 16. Yep. Very beautiful area, isn't it? Oh, another memory. Well, I say memory, thought. This isn't necessarily something that ever actually happened. In fact, it won't be.
If you had just kept the backup system separate, everything would be fine. But you had to connect it all, didn't you? You had to turn it all into one big world-changing miracle machine, so people could see that you were right all along. Because you're a megalomaniac.
I was trying to show them a different way. To give them tools that could change how we live.
And that's why you have to burn.
As she did.
That was interesting, how the voice changed. Also, that conversation didn't quite flow to me. That didn't seem to quite make sense. It was very interesting what Nightmare Melville said about keeping the backup system separate. Because why was that the cause of a problem? The suggestion seemed to be that the backup system got interconnected with the megastructure, if I understood correctly. But why would that be relevant? Because Miranda just got blown up. Are they suggesting that it didn't make a backup because it was connected to the megastructure, in which case it's no longer a backup system? It's unclear to me how those two things are related. And then we had Athena's defense, which was, I was just trying to provide people with tools. Again, that doesn't sound like it's a response to the statement that was made, that she had created a problem by linking the backup system into the rest of the systems. Like, how does that provide people with new tools, even if that is what happened? And that doesn't really explain why it's not functioning as a backup system anymore. The only thing I can think is maybe it has something to do with the fact that the part of their facility got blown up. Maybe the point they're trying to make is that you would your physical bodies and the backup system were physically in the same location where you were doing the experiments, and then when there was that explosion, both got knocked out at the same time. That's possible, but then that facility wasn't at the megastructure. That was one of the other locations that connects to it, which then brings me to my next point, which is that connecting it all into one system does not mean that it's all physically centralized. It could still be spread across the planet. So that didn't really make sense to me. I can see some logic in what Melville was saying about keeping the backup system separate, as it were, in the sense of not linking it in with the other systems, in that there can be value in systems that do one thing well. That is, it has a very limited scope and it focuses on doing just that one thing and nothing else, but doing as good a job as it possibly can, because then that reduces the problems with it reduces the likelihood that that you'll have problems emerging due to other parts of the system. Keep the system simple. It's easier to test. It's easier to verify that it will continue to work. It's easier to understand. There is value in keeping systems simple and limited, in that it can make them more reliable, easier to maintain and more reliable. That would make sense to me. But that argument would only apply if what had happened was that they had a backup system, but it malfunctioned because of some failure to do with integrating it into the megastructure's other systems, which at the end of the day is a separate, even despite what I've just said about there being value in keeping systems limited and simple, ultimately for there to have been some sort of malfunction, that implies someone did their job wrong at some other point as well. You know, that it's the difference between, but trying to integrate it all may have been doing things the hard way, but that doesn't mean it's impossible, if that makes sense. There are good reasons why, from a policy point of view, you would want to keep systems, as I say, have them do one thing well, keep them limited, keep them separate, but that's from a policy perspective. Someone else would have had to have made a mistake at some point for it to have caused a major problem like that. So yeah, I didn't fully understand Melville's argument there. Who builds cities and who tears them down? Who brings life and who takes it away? If one man does both, is he not mad? The Sphinx. I thought it was going to say, is he not too powerful or something like that, or or playing God or something like that, or a tyrant, but apparently not.
You do know it's all your fault, don't you? Sure. You can tell yourself that you developed the safety protocols and Miranda just ignored them. But you chose not to hard code them into the system. Good work, Athena. Well done.
I was going to. There was just so much else to do, and she was so impatient.
She was impatient because you trapped her on an empty island. You turned her whole life into a bloody science experiment. Just another version of the process. Just another puzzle to solve.
No, I wanted her to be free. To be herself.
And now she's dead. Thanks to you.
Interesting. That both partially addresses the points I was just making, as if I was supposed to hear that one first, but it also didn't make sense on its own terms. I don't understand how trapping Miranda on an island, as they put it, is part of the same process and solving another puzzle. That just doesn't flow to me. I don't understand what they mean. It just doesn't make sense to me. I feel like I'm missing something there. But that does explain a bit of the other one we heard. It's a very interesting sound effect. It sounds like we're walking over broken glass or something. So there were safety protocols, presumably for backing up, one would assume, which Miranda disabled for some reason. So a few things there. Nightmare Melville criticised Athena for not hard coding those safety protocols, and then she said, well, I was going to, but there was so much to do. Right, so that's where the integrating it all into one place comes in. It's not that the system malfunctioned exactly, it's that she had only partially integrated it. So she'd presumably disabled whatever older backup system they had, and then created this new integrated backup system, which may have been done by cannibalizing the old system, but still. But then she didn't finish writing it. She left it in an incomplete state, not non-functioning, but such that it was possible to circumvent certain safety measures more easily than it was supposed to. Or ideally should be possible. Okay, right. But then Miranda disabled them? I mean, that's the other mistake I was talking about before. I thought the mistake was going to be in the implementation of the new backup system, but it was just in the fact that somebody disabled the safety protocols. I mean, it's true to say that had Athena actually hard-coded them, as suggested, that what happened couldn't have happened, or at least not so easily, but equally, she wasn't the one that made the mistake. And then there's also this whole argument about her being impatient. Why was disabling the backup system necessary for Miranda to do things more quickly? There's still unanswered questions there. I still feel like we're missing important details. Anyway, probably better wrap up there. I went a bit longer than I normally would, but I mean, I suppose that's a good thing. You know, it means just goes to show that I was very much getting into Talos 2 tonight. What was I thinking? Yeah, it's a shame about the Metathesis puzzle really stumping me, because I swear I was on that for over an hour, probably an hour and a half. Other than that one that we got really stumped on, I feel like the rest we made fairly constant good progress through, even if it was a bit slow. Right, I'd better check if there's anyone I should be raiding. Charity stream on Saturday. That's going to be raising money for the VTuber Summer Slam initiative, which is run by Gamers Outreach. What they do is they try to get, well, they do get video games to children in hospitals. That's what they do. That's coming up. Next stream's going to be Friday. That's going to be more Dark Souls 3. Oh, thank you, Jenny. And hope you have a restful evening too. Anyway, yes, Dark Souls 3 is going to be Friday. Saturday, as I say, is going to be the charity stream. Monday is going to be more Dark Souls 3, and the next Wednesday is when we get back to the Talos Principle 2. There is a possibility we might finish it all next Wednesday. The Talos Principle 2, I mean. But I don't know. Given that I only got through 8 tonight, and it took me a bit longer than I would usually stream for, I'm dubious. Especially since we would anticipate the puzzles getting harder, not easier. But we're probably only looking at... Oh, thank you, Pikachu. We're probably only looking at 1 or 2 more Talos Principle 2 streams. If you're... Right, so if you're a Talos Principle 2 fan, and you're still listening, let me know if there's any fan-made content for this game yet that is worth playing, because I ended up doing a bunch of the fans-made stuff for Talos 1. Like Romano puzzles and a bunch of others. There were quite a few I actually did, and they were very difficult. If I do those, I probably will be taking a break and playing a few games in between. But it would be something I would be happy to do, to come back to the Talos Principle 2 to do some of the fan-made content at some point. The only thing is, this game is so new compared to how Talos Principle 1 when I played it. Yeah, it was already several years old at that point, that I wouldn't be surprised if, there hasn't been time for people to produce really interesting fan-made content for the game. But anyway, what was I thinking? So, I've talked about the upcoming streams, talked about the charity stream Saturday. If for any reason my streaming schedule should change, I'll announce it on social media, which currently means X, formerly known as Twitter, Blue Sky, Mastodon, and Metathreads. And I would also announce it on our Discord server. Thank you for joining me, everyone. Thank you to everyone that kept me company in chat, and thank you to everybody who lurked. I appreciate each and every one of you. You're the reason that I do this. Thank you to everyone on YouTube, since I know there are people that are enjoying the Talos 2 on YouTube. And I think we'll raid Tofu Rabbit, who is a bunny rabbit VTuber who's currently playing Deltarune. So let's give her a raid. Alright, have a lovely night, everyone.